Beneath the burning sun of the Yucatan, where the jungle swallows stone and shadows whisper of forgotten gods, a serpent still waits. He is not just a god of the Maya. He is storm and wind, maze and fire, teacher and judge. He is Kukulkán, the feathered serpent. In this story, we will walk the sacred roads of Chichén Itzá, descend into the cenote of sacrifice, climb the steps of El Castillo, and witness the shadow serpent that still coils down its walls every equinox. We will see his return, in storm, in judgment, in prophecy of the world's end, and learn why the Maya believed he is eternal, coiled through time itself. This is not only the myth of a god. This is the story of the cycle, of creation, destruction, and renewal, told in stone, in blood, and in shadow. Welcome to the legend of Kukulkán. In the beginning, when the world was still raw and the sky was not yet steady above the earth, the Maya told of a presence moving through the darkness, a shape that was neither fully of the heavens nor entirely of the soil. It slithered and soared at once, a body of scales coiled like rivers and mountains, yet crowned with feathers bright as the quetzal and strong as the eagle. It was a creature of paradox, uniting sky and earth, breath and stone, storm and seed. This was Kukulkán, the feathered serpent. He was not only a god but a symbol of balance, the embodiment of opposites reconciled. Where he passed, the winds stirred, rains fell, seeds germinated, and life flourished. Yet his presence was not always gentle. For as the serpent coils and strikes, so too did Kukulkán bring awe and fear. He was life but also death, order but also chaos, a teacher but also a judge. The serpent is of the earth, crawling through soil and stone, a creature of cycles, shedding its skin to be reborn. The bird is of the heavens, soaring high, carrying messages of the divine. In Kukulkán both were joined, the feathered serpent, who could descend from the skies like lightning and coil upon the earth like rivers. To the Maya this duality meant everything. For life itself was dual, night and day, birth and death, rain and drought, planting and harvest. Kukulkán was the bridge between these forces, not destroying them but weaving them together. Where other gods ruled over single domains, Kukulkán was a mediator, between man and sky, between heaven and earth, between mortality and eternity. The Maya revered him as the bringer of rain and the master of winds. His breath carried the storms that watered the maize, the sacred crop upon which life depended. Without Kukulkán the skies would be barren, the fields cracked, and men would starve. But his winds were not always blessings. He could bring tempests that shattered homes, floods that swallowed crops, hurricanes that ripped through villages. Like the serpent striking or the bird swooping, his gifts always came with warning: respect the balance or be destroyed. Yet above all, Kukulkán was remembered as a teacher. Legends tell that he came from across the sea, sailing upon the waves, bringing to the Maya the gifts of writing, agriculture, calendars, and laws. He taught them how to plant maize in harmony with the stars, how to count the sacred cycles of the sun and moon, how to honor the gods with rituals that reflected the order of the cosmos. Some whispered he was not only a god but also a king, a divine ruler who walked among men, establishing peace and teaching justice. For a time, under his guidance, the people prospered, and Chichén Itzá rose as a city of wisdom and might. Kukulkán's presence was not confined to the Maya alone. Among the Toltec and Aztec peoples he was known as Quetzalcoatl, the plumed serpent. To others he bore different names, yet always his essence was the same: a god who descended to teach mankind, a bringer of order and knowledge. This shared figure among nations revealed his power as more than local. He was a universal presence, a truth felt across lands, that life is balanced, that wisdom is sacred, and that cycles cannot be denied. Yet, like all who descend, Kukulkán was destined also to depart. Legends say he left across the sea from whence he came, promising one day to return. This promise lingered like thunder on the horizon. Some awaited him with hope, believing he would bring peace once more. Others feared his return, for if he came with wrath instead of wisdom, he could unmake as easily as he had built. Thus the shadow of Kukulkán stretched long, a god absent, yet present in memory, prophecy, and the very stones of the temples raised in his name. The elders told of a day when the sea itself stirred with signs of change. The horizon darkened, though no storm rose, and the waves bent as though moved by a great presence. Out of the waters emerged Kukulkán, not as a beast of terror but as a radiant figure, a serpent crowned with feathers of emerald and jade, quetzal plumes shimmering with the colors of dawn. His voice was not thunder, yet it carried like the wind, filling the hearts of men with awe. He did not come to conquer but to teach. To the Maya, this was the beginning of a new order, when divine wisdom walked among mortals. Kukulkán first turned to the fields. For the people lived in hunger, their harvests meager, their knowledge scattered. He taught them to honor maize, the sacred crop, as the flesh of mankind itself. He showed them how to plant it with reverence for the rains, to sow with the moon, to harvest with the sun. He explained the sacred rhythm of seasons, the dance of drought and flood, and how to keep balance so the earth would continue to give. From his teaching grew abundance, and men no longer starved. Thus maize became not only food but a holy gift, life itself. And Kukulkán, master of cycles, was forever tied to its blessing. Yet food alone was not enough. To live rightly, men needed order, and so Kukulkán gave them the knowledge of time. He revealed to them the sacred calendars. The Hab, the solar cycle of 365 days. The Tsokin, the ritual calendar of 260 days. Together, these two wove the fabric of time, the calendar round, guiding harvests, rituals, and destinies. He showed them the patterns of Venus in the sky, the movement of the sun across the year, the path of stars that marked planting and war. He gave them numbers, the sacred zero, the shell that meant both nothing and everything, the circle of eternity. With this, the Maya learned to count beyond kings and lifetimes, into the cycles of the cosmos itself. Through Kukulkán's wisdom, time became a map, a mirror of the heavens reflected upon the earth. Kukulkán also brought justice. For though men thrived, they quarreled and warred, spilling blood without balance. He taught them to live by laws, to settle disputes with fairness, to honor oaths, and to hold leaders accountable to the gods. He reminded them that power was not for pride, but for service, and that rulers must guide their people as shepherds, not as tyrants. He gave them the principle of duality in rule. Every act must seek balance, every decision must weigh both light and shadow. A king who forgot balance would bring ruin, just as drought follows when the rains are scorned. Thus Chichén Itzá rose not only as a city of stone, but as a city of order, bound by the teachings of the Feathered Serpent. Beyond law and time, Kukulkán gave the Maya the arts of building and ceremony. He showed masons how to cut stone to align with the heavens, how to raise temples that mirrored the cycles of the stars. He taught priests how to honor the gods with ritual, how to keep the balance of offerings so that rain would fall and crops would grow. He gave artisans knowledge of weaving, painting, and carving, so that memory itself could be written into the fabric of culture. He taught them to carve glyphs, the written word, so that wisdom would not be lost with the death of elders. In all these gifts, Kukulkán was not merely a god demanding worship. He was a teacher shaping mankind into something greater, raising them from scattered tribes to a people who could read the cosmos itself. But as all cycles turn, so too did Kukulkán's time among men. Having given his wisdom, he prepared to depart. The legends say he gathered the people and told them, "I have brought you the gifts of earth and sky. I have shown you how to live in balance, how to honor the gods, how to read the stars. My work here is done. But remember, the world turns and I shall return when the cycle calls me." Then he departed, some say into the sea from which he had come, others say into the heavens, coiling upward like smoke until he vanished among the stars. His absence was sorrowful, yet his promise lingered. The Maya built temples in his name so that when he returned, they might welcome him with offerings and honor. And so, long after his departure, men remembered Kukulkán, not as a tyrant to be feared, but as a teacher who had promised to come again. In the heart of the Yucatan Peninsula lay a land unlike any other. Beneath the jungle stretched rivers hidden underground, and on the surface, vast cenotes, sacred wells, open like the eyes of the earth. To the Maya, these were gateways to the underworld, places where offerings could pass from man to gods. It was here, between water and stone, that a city began to rise. It would be called Chichén Itzá, at the mouth of the well of the Itzá. From the beginning, it was not just a settlement but a place of power, built upon sacred geography. The cenotes provided water in a land without rivers, but they also became centers of ritual, tied to Kukulkán himself. The memory of Kukulkán lingered like a wind over the people. He had departed, but his teachings remained, echoing in the words of priests, in the laws of kings, and in the rituals of farmers planting maize. The Maya believed that if a city were built in alignment with his wisdom, a city bound to the stars, to the cycles of sun and moon, to the balance of heaven and earth, then Kukulkán would return. Thus, Chichén Itzá was not merely a city of stone. It was a cosmic map, a temple for the return of the Feathered Serpent. At the heart of Chichén Itzá, rising above plazas and temples, was built a pyramid unlike any other. El Castillo, the Temple of Kukulkán. It was no ordinary monument. Its architecture was a calendar in stone. 4 stairways, each with 91 steps, totaling 364. With the platform at the top, 365, the days of the solar year. 52 panels along the sides, marking the 52-year calendar round when the solar and ritual cycles aligned. Every line of the pyramid was crafted with purpose, every angle aligned with the heavens. It was not just a temple, it was time itself, carved in stone. And twice a year, during the equinoxes, the sun revealed the miracle. A shadow in the shape of a serpent slithered down the pyramid steps, joining the carved serpent heads at its base. This was no accident of light and shadow. It was the descent of Kukulkán himself, the feathered serpent returning to earth. When the equinox came, thousands gathered in the great plaza. Priests, dressed in feathered cloaks, raised their voices in chants. Dancers, painted as serpents and eagles, moved in spirals around the pyramid. As the sun shifted, the shadow serpent appeared, its body sliding down step by step, until it joined the serpent's head carved in stone. The crowd erupted in awe, for they knew they were witnessing the god's descent. Sacrifices were made, not always of blood but of jade, of gold, of incense, cast into the sacred cenote to honor the serpent. For Kukulkán had given them the gifts of life. It was only right that life should be returned in offering. To the Maya, this ceremony was not just remembrance. It was reality. Kukulkán was there, present in light and shadow, descending once more to bless his people. But Chichén Itzá was not only a place of ceremony. It was a city of power, a center of trade, politics, and warfare. Its warriors carried banners with the serpent, its kings ruled under the blessing of Kukulkán, its merchants brought riches from distant lands. The influence of Toltec traditions merged with Mayan beliefs, weaving Kukulkán's myth with Quetzalcoatl's. Thus, the feathered serpent became a god of both nations, uniting cultures through faith and memory. Every stone of Chichén Itzá declared, "This city belongs to Kukulkán." And so long as the pyramid stood, the god's presence would never fade. Yet beneath the glory lay a prophecy. Kukulkán had left with a vow: one day he would return. Some said the serpent's descent at the equinox was already his return, a sign repeated each year to remind men that the god had not abandoned them. Others whispered that one day he would come in flesh again as a teacher or as a judge. Thus, the pyramid was both a monument and a waiting place, a throne built for a god who was gone but not forgotten. And in the heart of Chichén Itzá, every equinox the people waited. They watched the shadow serpent descend and believed, with trembling hope, that one day it would not be shadow alone. The people of the Itzá prospered under the memory of Kukulkán's gifts. The fields were full, the stars were mapped, and the rhythms of time had been revealed. Yet abundance alone was not enough to hold a people together. Even in the shadow of temples, disputes arose. Villages quarreled over water and land. Merchants bickered over trade and tribute. Kings, swollen with pride, sometimes forgot the balance their god had taught. And so, the feathered serpent gave mankind another gift: the knowledge of law, order, and ceremony. The storytellers speak of a day when Kukulkán appeared in the plaza of the first temple, feathers radiant in the sunlight, his serpent's body coiled upon the earth. Around him gathered the people, farmers with calloused hands, warriors with painted faces, merchants bearing goods, and priests robed in feathers. The god's voice was like wind moving through reeds, clear yet unyielding. "Listen, children of maize. You have learned to feed your bodies, to mark your days, to honor the sky and earth. But if your hearts are crooked, if your words are false, if your hands spill blood without cause, then all my gifts are wasted." He raised his feathered wings, and his eyes, like twin suns, fell upon the rulers. A leader is not a master. He is a servant of balance. To rule is to carry the weight of the people, as the earth carries the weight of the sky. Forget this, and ruin will come swifter than drought. Thus Kukulkán gave them the principle of dual justice. Every decision must weigh both light and shadow. Mercy without strength breeds chaos. Strength without mercy breeds tyranny. A ruler must balance both, as the serpent balances the sky and the earth. To ensure that mankind remembered, Kukulkán guided the building of temples aligned with the heavens. The masons carved stone not only with hands but with prayer, measuring angles by the stars, laying foundations by the path of the sun. Each temple was a mirror of the sky, a calendar in stone. The priests learned to climb the steps as though ascending into heaven, each tier marking a sacred number, each chamber echoing with chants that bound man to the divine. Sacrifice too became part of the order. For Kukulkán taught that balance demands offering. To take without giving back is theft, and theft against the gods cannot endure. Blood was offered, sometimes of animals, sometimes of men, not for cruelty but as a sacred cycle. life feeding life as the serpent sheds its skin and is reborn. With temples complete and laws established, ceremonies grew in grandeur. On nights of new moon, priests lit fires upon the platforms, their smoke rising to the stars. On solstices and equinoxes, dancers painted as serpents coiled through plazas, their feathers glimmering in torchlight. Every ritual was a lesson, a reminder that mankind must live in harmony. The serpent in the sky was not only a god to be worshipped, but a mirror to be followed. And so, under Kukulkán's teaching, society transformed. Quarrels lessened, rulers ruled with wisdom, and ceremonies bound the people together in awe. The legends tell of a morning unlike any other. The sky was still, the winds hushed, and the sea glimmered like a sheet of obsidian, as though awaiting something momentous. From every village of the Itzá, people came walking the white roads to the great plaza. Farmers left their fields, warriors their posts, merchants their stalls. Priests brought offerings of maize, jade, and incense. At the center of the plaza, coiled upon the stone, stood Kukulkán. His feathers caught the first light of dawn, gleaming emerald, gold, and crimson. His serpent body stretched vast, yet his presence was not frightening. It was heavy with majesty, as though all cycles of time had gathered in that moment. The people trembled, for they sensed what was coming. Their god, their teacher, their guide, was preparing to depart. Kukulkán raised his feathered head, and his voice carried like wind over water. Children of maize, hear me. I have walked among you and given you gifts. The seed that feeds your body, the calendar that guides your days, the law that binds your hands, and the temples that lift your prayers to the sky. I have taught you balance, for without it the earth cracks, the sky burns, and men devour one another. Now you must walk this path without me. Cries rose from the crowd, "Do not leave us, Lord of wind and rain. Stay, for we are still weak." Kukulkán's eyes burned with both sorrow and command. All cycles turn. As the serpent sheds its skin, so too must I depart. My time among you is ended. But know this, I am not gone forever. The day will come when I shall return, descending once more upon the steps of stone, coiled in shadow and light. On that day the world will change again. The priests fell to their knees, carving his words into memory, for they knew they were not for one generation, but for all to come. He spoke of signs, of the sun standing in balance, of the serpent of shadows sliding down the stairs of his temple, of the heavens aligning as they had in the beginning. These would be the marks of his descent. Some believed his return would be gentle, that he would bring wisdom anew, leading men into an age without hunger or war. Others feared his return would be as judge, bringing storms, fire, and the coil of destruction for those who had forgotten his laws. Thus the prophecy lived as both hope and warning. When the sun reached its height, Kukulkán unfurled his wings. Feathers gleamed like fire, scales shone like jade. He rose from the plaza, higher and higher, until his body seemed a serpent of light climbing into the heavens. Some say he ascended into the sky, becoming a star among the constellations. Others say he descended into the eastern sea, sailing on waves of wind to lands beyond the horizon. Wherever he went, his presence faded, and the plaza was left empty, save for the echo of his promise. I shall return. The people wept, but they did not despair. For they had his gifts, his laws, and his prophecy. And so they built temples in his honor, watched the heavens for his signs, and lived in the shadow of his eventual return. The Yucatan was a land without rivers upon its surface. No streams cut the earth, no mountain sent waters tumbling down their sides. To the traveler it might seem barren, dry, even hostile. But beneath the limestone crust of the land, hidden rivers flowed, winding in darkness through caverns, carrying the lifeblood of the earth unseen. Where the stone ceiling broke, the earth opened into vast wells, cenotes, sacred pools ringed by roots and vines, filled with water so clear it seemed like glass. The Maya knew these were not mere wells. They were the eyes of the earth, gateways to the underworld, places where gods and men could meet. Each cenote was alive with stories. Some whispered that the rain god Chak dwelled within their depths, striking the waters with his axe to call forth storms. Others said spirits of ancestors waited below, listening for the prayers cast down with offerings. But above all, the cenotes were tied to Kukulkán, who was both of the sky and the earth. His serpent body coiled in the caverns below, his feathered head soared above, and the cenotes were the places where both realms touched. Among all the wells, one was greatest, the sacred cenote of Chichén. A vast circular pool, its sides sheer cliffs of limestone dropping into green depths. Sunlight shimmered on its waters, yet beneath them lay mysteries. Divers of later ages would find offerings, jade, gold, carved idols, and bones. For the Maya cast their gifts into the waters, believing they sank into the very heart of the gods. The sacred cenote was not only a place of sacrifice but of prophecy. Priests watched its surface for omens, ripples that foretold rain, storms, or famine, reflections that revealed visions, shadows that carried messages from Kukulkán. It was here, at the mouth of the well, that the people declared, "This shall be the place of the feathered serpent. Here shall we build his city, his temple, his throne of stone. Here he will descend again as he promised." Thus the city took its name, Chichén Itzá, at the mouth of the well of the Itzá. The Itzá people gathered from near and far, following the vision. They cleared the jungle, raised platforms of stone, and laid the foundation of plazas and temples. Every structure was built with sacred geometry, aligned to the stars and the sun, each step and angle measured not merely for beauty but for cosmic harmony. The city grew around the cenotes like a serpent coiled around its heart. To the north, the sacred cenote, the well of offerings. To the south, temples rose upon high platforms. To the east and west, ball courts, markets, and dwellings stretched, all bound by white roads, sakbiab, shining paths of limestone connecting every quarter. At the center of all, plans began for the greatest temple, the pyramid that would embody the promise of Kukulkán. Why this place? Why this city? Because Chichén Itzá was more than stone upon stone. It was a crossroad of the cosmos. Underworld through the cenotes. Sky through the pyramid aligned with stars. Earth through the fields of maize surrounding it. Here all three realms met. Here the serpent of heaven and earth could descend, his shadow sliding from sky to soil, his body mirrored in stone and water. Chichén Itzá was not merely a city. It was a cosmic stage, built for a god who was absent yet eternally awaited. And so the people built, prayed, and watched the heavens, awaiting the day when Kukulkán's prophecy would be fulfilled. As Chichén Itzá grew into the jewel of the Itzá, one vision dominated the dreams of its builders. A temple worthy of Kukulkán, the god who had walked among them and promised to return. Stone by stone, year by year, generation by generation, the people raised a pyramid upon the heart of the city. It was not built in haste, nor was it raised merely as a monument. Every line, every step, every panel was measured against the heavens. It was not a building, it was a cosmic calendar carved in stone. The people called it El Castillo, the castle. But in truth, it was the throne of the Feathered Serpent. The pyramid was a living book of time. 4 stairways climbed its faces, each with 91 steps. Together they made 364. At the summit stood the platform, the sacred final step, bringing the total to 365, the days of the solar year. Along its sides were 52 panels, the cycle in which the solar and ritual calendars joined as one. 9 terraces rose upon each side, marking the 9 heavens above and the 9 underworlds below. Even the corners aligned with the cardinal directions, catching the first and last light of the sun at solstice. Nothing was without purpose. Every angle was a prayer, every number a reminder. To climb El Castillo was not merely to walk up stone steps. It was to ascend into time itself, to walk the cycle of the cosmos under the watchful eye of Kukulkán. But the greatest miracle was not in the stones but in the light. Twice each year, when the sun stood in perfect balance at the equinox, something extraordinary happened. As the afternoon waned, shadows fell across the pyramid. Slowly, step by step, a dark, rippling pattern appeared along the northern stairway. The shadow took the form of a serpent, its body winding down the steps, until it joined with the colossal serpent head carved in stone at the pyramid's base. The people gasped and cried out, for this was no accident of shadow. This was Kukulkán himself descending once more from sky to earth. Priests raised their arms in reverence, declaring, "The feathered serpent returns. The cycle is renewed." Dancers painted in emerald feathers writhed in serpent spirals across the plaza. Drums beat like the heartbeat of the earth, conch shells wailed like the wind. And as the shadow serpent slid down the pyramid, the people fell to their knees, for they knew they were in the god's presence. The equinox became the holiest of days. Thousands traveled from across the land to Chichén Itzá bearing offerings. Priests cast jade, obsidian, and gold into the sacred cenote. Warriors fasted and painted their bodies, then performed ritual combat to honor the god. Dancers, cloaked in plumes of quetzal, spread their arms like wings, embodying Kukulkán's flight. Musicians struck drums and rattled shells, their rhythms echoing the serpent's descent. At sunset, as the serpent of light joined its stone head, sacrifices were offered, sometimes of animals, sometimes of captives of war, blood spilled to complete the cycle of giving and taking, life and death. The air filled with incense smoke, rising like clouds to the heavens. The people whispered prayers. "Return, Kukulkán. See your temple. Bless your children." And though the god did not appear in flesh, his shadow was enough. The people left in awe, certain that their god still watched, still kept his promise. El Castillo was more than stone. It was a being. Its steps breathed the rhythm of the sun, its terraces mirrored the sky, its shadow was the serpent itself. To stand before it was to feel the weight of time, to sense the beating of cycles far greater than a single life. It was both temple and calendar, both throne and prophecy. And year after year, as the serpent descended in shadow, the people remembered that one day, it would not be shadow alone. One day the god himself would return. As the equinox drew near, Chichén Itzá transformed. The white limestone roads, Sakbiab, filled with pilgrims carrying baskets of maize, gourds of honey, clay vessels of cacao, and bundles of feathers and jade. Families came from distant villages, merchants from far cities, and nobles in painted litters. By dawn, the great plaza before El Castillo was alive with thousands. The air was thick with the smell of burning copal resin, rising in white spirals as offerings to the heavens. Children clutched figurines of serpents carved from wood. Elders wore headdresses of woven feathers, their faces painted in black and red. Priests stood tall upon the steps of temples, chanting words as old as memory itself. It was more than a festival, it was the renewal of the cosmos. The ceremony began with drums. Deep, thunderous, like the heartbeat of the earth. Flutes cried like birds of dawn, and conch shells roared like the sea. Dancers emerged, their bodies painted green and gold, their arms feathered like wings. They slithered in long lines across the plaza, weaving in spirals, mimicking the serpent's coils. Their movements were slow at first, then quick, writhing, striking, their shadows twisting in the sunlight. Children squealed with wonder, and warriors pounded their shields in rhythm, their voices joining the drums in chants to Kukulkán. Come, feathered serpent. Come, Lord of wind and rain. Descend once more upon your temple. As the sun climbed toward its zenith, the crowd turned to the northern stairway of the pyramid. Priests raised their staffs, commanding silence. And then, it began. The edge of the pyramid caught the sun, casting shadows that formed along the staircase. Slowly, step by step, the shadow rippled downward, taking the shape of a serpent's body. The crowd gasped as the illusion grew longer, scales seeming to shimmer, the coils twisting in light and dark. The shadow slid down the steps until it joined with the massive serpent head carved in stone at the base, fangs bared, eyes wide. At that moment, thousands fell to their knees. For they were no longer watching stone and shadow, they were watching Kukulkán's descent. Children cried out in joy, women whispered prayers, warriors struck their spears upon the ground. The god was among them, returning as he had promised, if only in light. To seal the god's presence, offerings were made. Priests led processions to the sacred cenote, carrying jade beads, obsidian blades, and gold ornaments. They cast them into the green waters, watching them sink into the depths where the gods dwelled. Some captives taken in war were also offered. Painted in blue, crowned with feathers, they were led to the cenote's edge. With chants rising around them, they were cast into the waters, their voices swallowed by the abyss. To the Maya this was not cruelty, it was necessity. Life fed life. Blood fed rain. Balance was kept. And as the last offerings fell, a sudden wind swept across the plaza, cool and strong. The priests cried out, "The feathered serpent accepts our gift. The balance is restored." When the sun set and the shadow serpent vanished, torches were lit across the city. Songs rose into the night, drums beat until dawn, and dancers spiraled in endless circles, imitating the god's eternal coil. The priests told the people, "Each year, Kukulkán returns in light and shadow. But one day he will return in flesh. The serpent will not be of stone or shadow, but of scale and feather, sky and earth. And on that day the world will turn anew." Some believed his return would bring an age of peace. Others feared it would herald destruction. But all agreed, Kukulkán's promise was not yet complete. And so, year after year, century after century, the people of Chichén Itzá gathered, waiting, watching, believing. Thus ended the first age of Kukulkán, the feathered serpent. He had descended to teach, departed with prophecy, and returned in shadow and light upon the steps of his pyramid. His city had become his temple a calendar, his calendar a prophecy. And though he was gone, the people knew, Kukulkán was not absent. He was in the wind that stirred the jungle, in the rain that fed the maize, in the shadow serpent that slid down the pyramid each equinox. The cycle was not broken. The feathered serpent would return. At its height, Chichén Itzá was not merely a city, it was a world unto itself. Rising from the jungle like a crown of stone, it stretched across plazas, temples, ball courts, and markets, all bound together by the white limestone roads, the Sakbiab, gleaming like rivers of moonlight under the sun. Travelers from distant lands called it a marvel. Its temples pierced the sky, its pyramids rose above the canopy, its plazas could hold thousands. At its heart stood El Castillo, the throne of Kukulkán, its stairways alive with prophecy. But Chichén Itzá was not only sacred. It was alive with trade, war, and ceremony. The serpent was not only a god of wisdom but of power. His banner flew above the armies of Chichén Itzá, painted upon shields, carved upon obsidian blades. Warriors bore the title of eagles and jaguars, cloaked in feathers and furs, their faces painted with fangs and claws. They moved like predators, hunting enemies across the jungle, bringing captives to the city as offerings for Kukulkán. The ball court, vast and echoing, was not just a place of sport but of sacred combat. Captains of war played the game of life and death, where the ball symbolized the sun, and victory or defeat could decide the fate of captives. Every strike of obsidian, every cry of battle, was done under the gaze of the feathered serpent. For even in war, Kukulkán's balance had to be honored. Death feeding life, blood feeding rain. Beneath the shadow of temples, the great market of Chichén Itzá flourished. Stalls brimmed with cacao beans, jade carvings, obsidian blades, shells from distant coasts, and brightly woven textiles. Merchants traveled from far cities, bringing salt, honey, cotton, and turquoise. Traders from distant lands told tales of other serpent gods, other cities of stone, other pyramids that rose to the heavens. At the heart of every bargain was the belief that wealth itself was a reflection of balance. Jade symbolized life, obsidian symbolized death, cacao symbolized energy, and feathers symbolized the sky. All commerce was a mirror of the cosmic order taught by Kukulkán. Above warriors and merchants stood the priesthood, guardians of the temples, keepers of the calendars, interpreters of Kukulkán's will. They rose before dawn, chanting prayers to the rising sun. They marked each day upon bark paper codices, watching the stars, tracking the path of Venus across the sky. They alone could declare the sacred days for planting, for harvest, for war, for sacrifice. It was they who maintained the promise of Kukulkán's return. Each equinox, they led the ceremonies, ensuring that the god's descent in shadow was honored with offerings. They were feared and revered in equal measure. For to defy a priest was to defy the feathered serpent himself. And beneath the temples and palaces lived the thousands who made the city breathe. Farmers tilled maize in the fields surrounding the city, offering the first harvest to Kukulkán. Artisans carved jade and obsidian, wove cloth, painted murals of serpents and eagles upon temple walls. Children learned to count with maize kernels, to follow the cycles of the sun and moon, to whisper prayers before cenotes. Every man, every woman, every child lived within the cycle. Life was not separate from myth, it was myth and myth was life. When they looked at El Castillo they did not see stone. They saw Kukulkán coiled in silence, waiting to return. Thus Chichén Itzá thrived. Its plazas rang with the cries of warriors, the laughter of children, the chants of priests. Its markets swelled with riches, its temples with prayers. It was the age when Kukulkán was not a distant god, but a living presence in every stone, every breath, every shadow. And yet, as the city rose to glory, so too did pride and rivalry. The gifts of Kukulkán could bless, but they could also test. For the feathered serpent was balance, and imbalance would always call for reckoning. Life in Chichén Itzá did not move according to chance. Every sunrise, every planting, every harvest, every battle, all were measured against the sacred calendars Kukulkán had given. The priests watched the sky from the tops of temples, noting the rising of Venus, the path of the sun, the phases of the moon. Each sign dictated the rhythm of the people's lives. When to plant maize, when to cut wood, when to wage war, when to fast, when to feast. To ignore the calendar was unthinkable, for to step outside the cycle was to fall into chaos. And chaos was the enemy of Kukulkán, the feathered serpent who embodied order. Each dawn the city awoke to prayer. Priests climbed the steps of El Castillo, carrying bowls of copal resin. They lit fires at the summit, sending white smoke curling into the sky, a signal to the heavens that men remembered their place. But incense alone was not enough. Blood was life, and life had to be given to keep the cycle turning. Farmers pierced their ears or tongues with obsidian thorns, offering drops of their blood to the maize. Warriors, before battle, smeared their blades with their own blood, binding their fight to the god. Captives of war were led to temples or the sacred cenote, painted blue, their hearts or their lives offered to Kukulkán and the gods of rain and wind. To outsiders it might have seemed cruel, but to the Maya it was balance. Just as rain fed the fields and the fields fed men, so men fed the gods, a cycle without which life would wither. Beyond daily rituals came the great festivals, when the entire city gathered in celebration of the cosmic order. The festival of the rain. At the coming of the wet season, priests called upon Chak and Kukulkán, casting offerings into cenotes to summon the storms. The people danced in masks of frogs and serpents, singing for rain. The festival of the sun. At solstice the temples blazed with fire, warriors marched in serpent formations, and the people feasted on maize and cacao, celebrating the longest day of light. The festival of the serpent. At equinox, the greatest of all, when Kukulkán's shadow descended the pyramid. Thousands gathered, and the city became a theater of heaven itself. Dancers in feathered cloaks moved like living serpents. Priests chanted hymns older than the city, and sacrifices sealed the balance. These were not mere celebrations. They were acts of survival, for to neglect them would risk drought, famine, or plague. Every man and woman had a place in these rituals. Farmers brought maize to feed priests. Artisans carved idols of serpents and eagles for processions. Children scattered flowers before temple steps. Elders whispered prayers over the fires. To live in Chichén Itzá was to live inside a living myth. Each act, no matter how small, echoed the teaching of Kukulkán, that the world survived only in balance. To walk through Chichén Itzá during a festival was to walk in another world. The plazas thrummed with drums, the air thick with incense, the walls painted with gods and heroes. Torches blazed at night, their light reflecting in the eyes of serpent carvings, as though Kukulkán himself watched. And above all, at the center of the city, El Castillo stood silent but alive, its steps waiting for the moment when shadow and sun would bring the feathered serpent down among his people once more. To the west of El Castillo stretched a structure unlike any other, the Great Ball Court, the largest in all Mesoamerica. Its stone walls rose high, echoing with every cry, every strike of the ball. This was no mere sport. The ball game was a ritual, a reflection of the cosmic struggle between light and darkness, life and death. The ball itself symbolized the sun, and the players, painted in serpent and jaguar designs, represented forces eternal. When the rubber ball was struck with hips and thighs, when it soared through the air, the people saw not a game but the sun itself traveling across the heavens, fighting its endless battle against shadow. The court was decorated with carvings, warriors in plumed headdresses, serpents devouring captives, skulls grinning with eternal hunger. Every image whispered, "This game is life and death." Beyond the court, war itself carried the same meaning. Warriors of Chichén Itzá did not fight for conquest alone, they fought to feed the gods. The most prized spoils of battle were not gold or land, but captives, living men who could be offered in sacrifice. To take a captive alive was the highest honor, proof of skill and devotion. To fall in battle and be sacrificed oneself was not shame, but a holy gift, a merging of one's life with the cycle. The serpent banner of Kukulkán flew above every campaign. Warriors painted their faces with serpent scales and carried shields carved with plumes. They went to war not as men, but as embodiments of the feathered serpent's will. Sacrifice was the completion of these acts. Whether on the stone platforms of temples, or cast into the sacred cenote, the offering of blood sealed the bond between mortals and the divine. The most dramatic sacrifices came at the end of great ball games. When the match was over, one side faced death. Some say it was the losing team, punished for failing the sun. Others say it was the victors, honored by being chosen to join the gods. Whichever it was, the crowd watched in awe as hearts were lifted to the sky, their blood steaming in the sunlight, the crimson flow seen as nourishment for the gods who gave rain and fertility. To the people this was not cruelty. It was necessity. Without sacrifice, the rains would falter, the maize would wither, and Kukulkán's balance would be broken. In both the ball game and in war, Kukulkán was always present. The serpent's body was painted on the court walls, carved upon warriors' shields, etched into obsidian blades. The bounce of the ball was the beat of his wings. The clash of weapons was the strike of his fangs. The blood spilled was his nourishment, ensuring the cycle continued. To fight, to play, to die, all were ways of serving the feathered serpent. When the people of Chichén Itzá gathered in the ball court, they were not merely spectators. They were witnesses to the reenactment of creation itself, the eternal conflict between life and death. When warriors returned from battle with captives, the people did not see cruelty, but the fulfillment of Kukulkán's law, that life must be given to sustain life. Thus, war and play, sacrifice and celebration, were woven together, inseparable threads in the tapestry of belief. Above warriors, merchants, and farmers stood the priests of Kukulkán. Clad in cloaks of quetzal feathers, crowned with headdresses of jade and bone, they were not only leaders of ritual but guardians of knowledge. They rose before dawn, climbing the temple steps in silence, their bodies painted black with soot, their tongues pierced with obsidian to draw blood for the gods. At the top, they greeted the rising sun with chants, calling upon Kukulkán to bring balance once more. By day they studied the heavens. By night they recorded the stars. Their codices, painted on bark and deerskin, held the cycles of the sun, moon, Venus, and stars. In their hands, astronomy was not science alone, it was prophecy. The priests of Chichén Itzá were astronomers beyond compare. From the summits of temples, they tracked the motion of Venus, the morning and evening star, which they believed was Kukulkán's celestial sign. They knew when the sun would stand still at solstice, when day and night would balance at equinox, when the moon would vanish in eclipse. To the people, these were not natural events, but the very breath of the feathered serpent. When an eclipse darkened the sky, the priests declared it a battle between Kukulkán and the lords of shadow. When the rains came late, they declared that more offerings were needed to restore balance. Thus the stars became their scripture, and they alone held the keys to reading it. With this knowledge came power. For who could rule the hearts of men more than those who spoke with the voice of Kukulkán? When rulers sought to declare war, they first asked the priests, "Is the sign favorable?" When farmers feared drought, they asked the priests, "What must we offer?" When merchants planned journeys, they asked the priests, "Will the road be safe?" And the priests answered with authority, binding every act of the city to the cycles of heaven. Through prophecy they controlled politics. Through ritual they controlled the people. And through sacrifice they controlled fear itself. The priests did not claim their words as their own. Every decree, every prophecy, every ritual was spoken in the name of the feathered serpent. When they declared war, it was because Kukulkán demanded captives. When they demanded offerings, it was because Kukulkán hungered for balance. When they proclaimed festivals, it was because Kukulkán's shadow would descend. And the people obeyed, not from fear of the priests, but from devotion to the god whose return they awaited. Beneath the plazas and temples lay chambers where the priests worked in secret. By torchlight, they painted codices with glyphs of serpents, stars, and cycles. They calculated spans of centuries, predicting alignments that would not occur until long after their deaths. Some whispered that they could see beyond their own age into the future itself, glimpsing the day when Kukulkán would return in flesh. To the people, these priests were more than men. They were keepers of eternity, guardians of the god's promise, eyes of Kukulkán upon the earth. Yet the priesthood carried a heavy weight, for they knew more than anyone that the cycle was fragile. A missed offering, a broken law, an unbalanced act, any of these could unravel the order and invite ruin. And so they ruled not only with wisdom but with fear. For fear too was a tool of balance. When thunder cracked across the sky, the priests cried, "It is Kukulkán's warning, bring gifts to the cenote." When famine threatened, they demanded more sacrifices, declaring, "The feathered serpent thirsts for blood." Thus, devotion and dread walked hand in hand, binding the people ever tighter to the god's shadow. By the height of its power, Chichén Itzá was no longer just a city, it was a beacon. Travelers carried tales of its greatness to distant lands, of its pyramids aligned with the stars, of its markets bursting with jade, cacao, obsidian, and feathers, of its warriors painted as jaguars and eagles, bearing the serpent banner, of its priests who could read the heavens and command the rains. For those who lived beyond its borders, Chichén Itzá was both a place of wonder and of fear. To visit it was to walk in the shadow of the feathered serpent himself. The power of Chichén Itzá was not only spiritual, it was enforced by armies that carried the name of Kukulkán into battle. Warriors were trained from youth, learning to fight not only with obsidian blades and spears, but also with ritual discipline. They marched in formations shaped like serpent coils, their chants echoing like thunder. Before each campaign, priests marked their foreheads with blood, declaring, "You do not fight as men. You fight as the fangs of Kukulkán. Strike swiftly, strike true, for your victory feeds the cycle." Victories brought captives, and captives brought sacrifices. Each battle was not merely war, it was a harvest for the gods. And so, the feathered serpent was invoked with every swing of a blade, every cry of conquest. His presence was painted in blood on the stones of conquered cities. With power came wealth. Cities near and far paid tribute to Chichén Itzá, sending goods to its plazas. Cacao beans from distant jungles. Seashells and fish from the coasts. Turquoise from the deserts of the north. Feathers of quetzal and macaw bright as the dawn. The market of Chichén Itzá swelled with treasures, and its merchants walked proudly, knowing they served not only commerce but the will of the feathered serpent. For all wealth was seen as Kukulkán's blessing, proof that the city thrived under his gaze. At night, torches blazed across plazas, their smoke rising like offerings into the sky. Murals painted upon temple walls showed Kukulkán coiled around the world, his feathered wings spanning the heavens. The people lived in awe, believing they were chosen, their city the very heart of the cycle. Yet awe carried with it fear. For if Chichén Itzá was the seat of the feathered serpent, then any failure, any imbalance, would invite his wrath. To speak of Kukulkán was to speak both with reverence and trembling. His shadow on the pyramid was joy and hope. His storms and tempests were warnings. His priests spoke with his authority, commanding obedience. Children grew up believing they walked under his gaze at every moment. Farmers sowed their fields whispering his name. Warriors carried his image painted on their chests. Priests carved his serpent form into every stone. Kukulkán was everywhere, in wind, in rain, in shadow, in fire. He was the city itself. But with greatness came danger. For as Chichén Itzá grew rich and mighty, pride began to coil within its leaders. Some saw themselves not as servants of Kukulkán, but as masters in his name. And here lay the paradox. Kukulkán was balance. Yet men, blinded by wealth and conquest, began to lean toward excess. Excess in war, excess in sacrifice, excess in pride. The feathered serpent had given gifts, but his prophecy was clear. If balance failed, he would return not as teacher, but as judge. North of El Castillo, through a broad ceremonial road of white limestone, lay a place that made even the bravest warriors tremble, the sacred cenote. Its waters were green and still, stretching wide, ringed by sheer cliffs of limestone that plunged into depths no man had fully measured. Vines hung down its walls, their roots drinking from the silent pool. Birds wheeled above but rarely landed near. The people called it Zaysai, the mouth of the gods. For this was no ordinary well, it was a portal. A gateway where offerings passed from the hands of men to the realm of Kukulkán and the lords of rain, wind, and death. On days of great ceremony, the road to the cenote filled with processions. Priests led the way, their bodies painted in black, their cloaks trailing feathers of green and gold. They carried torches and bowls of incense, their smoke rising in winding plumes like serpents. Behind them came warriors, captives, and offerings. Jade beads strung like rivers of green. Blades of obsidian, sharp as night itself. Gold hammered into discs that gleamed like suns. Textiles woven with images of serpents and stars. And among these treasures walked the chosen ones, captives of war, or, on rare occasions, even children, virgins, or nobles offered in times of great need. Painted in blue, crowned with feathers, they walked calmly, for they were told they were not dying but ascending, becoming one with Kukulkán. The plaza around the cenote filled with chanting. Drums beat like thunder, flutes cried like the wind, conch shells roared like the sea. The priests raised their arms and called out, "O Kukulkán, feathered serpent, Lord of wind and rain, accept our gifts. Descend upon your people. Send rain to our fields, life to our children, and strength to our warriors. One by one, offerings were cast into the waters. Jade beads splashed and vanished. Gold discs sank, glimmering like suns until swallowed by green depths. The crowd gasped and prayed with each gift, believing that the gods reached up from below to claim them. Then came the living offerings. The chosen were led to the edge. The drums slowed. Silence fell. The priests whispered final prayers, painting the captives' foreheads with blood. And then, with cries to Kukulkán, they were cast into the cenote. Some struck the water with screams, their voices echoing against the cliffs before vanishing. Others sank without sound, their bodies swallowed by the green. The people watched, breathless, for it was said that the gods themselves would take what they wished. Some victims never surfaced. Others, dragged down by unseen hands, vanished forever. But some, against all odds, rose again, gasping, coughing, pulled back to shore. These survivors were not pitied. They were revered. For to fall into the cenote and return was to walk through death and live again. A messenger who had spoken with the gods and been sent back. Their words were treated as prophecy, their lives as sacred. The sacred cenote was both hope and terror. For the people it was the heart of balance. Give and receive, sacrifice and survive. To neglect it was to invite drought and famine. Children grew up hearing the chants that rose from its edge, the stories of treasures and bones at its bottom. Farmers, when rains failed, whispered, "Kukulkán is thirsty." And so the cenote never rested. Always it received. Always it demanded. Always it reminded the people that life was a cycle that required payment. Above the cenote stood carvings of serpents, their bodies coiled, their jaws open. The people believed Kukulkán's eyes watched from the depths, his wings stirring the waters, his fangs drinking the blood of sacrifice. To stand before the cenote was to stand before him. To cast a gift into its depths was to place it in his hands. Thus, the sacred cenote became not only the city's heart, but its spine, the place where the cycle of balance was most tangible, most terrifying, and most alive. Chichén Itzá shone brighter than ever. Its pyramids rose above the jungle like mountains of stone. Its ball courts echoed with the thunder of sacred games. Its markets overflowed with cacao, jade, and feathers from distant lands. Its priests read the skies with precision, predicting eclipses, solstices, and rains with uncanny accuracy. From coast to jungle, from mountain to desert, all knew the name of Chichén Itzá, and with it the name of Kukulkán. But as the city flourished, so too did pride. And pride, among mortals, is the shadow of ruin. The priests spoke always in the god's voice. When they demanded blood, they said it was for Kukulkán. When they declared war, they claimed Kukulkán desired captives. When they amassed wealth, they said it was tribute owed to the Feathered Serpent. And yet, some began to whisper that the priests no longer served balance but themselves. That in invoking the god's name, they sought not harmony but power. The Feathered Serpent had taught humility, but the rulers of Chichén Itzá began to see themselves as chosen above all others, untouchable, eternal, even greater than the god who had once walked among them. Beyond the city's white roads, rival powers stirred. Other Maya cities looked upon Chichén Itzá with envy and fear. They saw its armies marching, its banners waving, its markets fat with tribute. Some whispered, "If Kukulkán gave his gifts to us as well, why should the Itzá alone rule in his name?" Raids grew along the borders. Rival cities allied against Chichén Itzá, testing its armies. Battles erupted in jungles and along rivers, each side crying out that the gods favored them. The balance Kukulkán had once brought began to fray. In times of doubt, the priests answered with blood. When rains faltered, they doubled the sacrifices at the cenote. When enemies struck, they demanded more captives for the temples. When eclipses frightened the people, they cast entire processions into the well. The sacred cenote, once a place of awe, became a pit of dread. Its waters swallowed more and more, and yet the balance seemed never satisfied. Some began to murmur that the priests had gone too far. That the feathered serpent, who had once given gifts of wisdom and harmony, would not approve of such excess. And so the people remembered the prophecy, that Kukulkán would return. But how? Some believed he would descend again as shadow, blessing the city with renewal. Others feared he would return in flesh, furious at the corruption of his name, bringing storms and fire to cleanse the city. Each equinox, as the shadow serpent slid down the steps of El Castillo, the people watched in silence, their awe mingled with unease. Was this a sign of blessing, or a warning? The serpent's descent, once joyous, now seemed heavy with meaning. Chichén Itzá still gleamed, but beneath the surface cracks spread. Pride gnawed at rulers, fear haunted the people, and enemies pressed from without. The feathered serpent had given balance, but balance was fragile. And in the coils of pride and excess, imbalance had begun to take hold. The people whispered at night, "If Kukulkán returns, will he come as teacher, or as judge?" The first signs came not in temples or battles, but in the fields. The rains, once steady, began to falter. Seasons shifted. The maize grew thin, stalks brittle under the sun. Farmers prayed at dawn, pierced their skin, cast offerings into the cenotes. Yet still the skies held back. Dust clung to lips, children cried with hunger, and the people whispered, "Why does Kukulkán not answer?" The priests demanded greater sacrifices, declaring that the feathered serpent was angry. But each offering seemed to sink into silence. As famine spread, so did doubt. The people began to murmur against the priests. Warriors, once proud, now questioned why they bled in endless wars if their children starved at home. One night, in the great plaza, voices rose against the priesthood. Farmers cried out, "You demand blood, yet give us no rain. You claim Kukulkán speaks through you, yet the fields are dry." The priests silenced them with fire and threat, but unrest had begun. The unity that had made Chichén Itzá strong now trembled like a serpent ready to strike itself. Festivals still came, but their joy had dimmed. The descent of the serpent at equinox, once a moment of awe, now drew uneasy silence. The people stared as the shadow slid down the steps of El Castillo and wondered, was this the god's blessing? Or was it his warning? Some whispered that the shadow serpent was not Kukulkán at all, but only stone and sun, a trick of light. Others said the god had already returned, not in blessing but in silence, turning his gaze away from a city that had betrayed his gift of balance. The sacred cenote, once the heart of devotion, became a place of dread. The waters were filled with treasures, bones, and blood, but still the rains faltered. People began to avoid its edge, fearful that the god who dwelled below no longer listened. It was as if Kukulkán's breath, the wind that once stirred the jungle, the rain that once fed the fields, had grown still. The feathered serpent had not returned in fury, nor in blessing. He had simply withdrawn. Without unity, Chichén Itzá weakened. Rival cities grew bolder, attacking its borders. Trade faltered, markets emptied, wealth diminished. Temples still stood, plazas still rang with chants, but the soul of the city was fading. The prophecy of Kukulkán's return hung heavier than ever, but no descent, no storm, no god came. Only silence. At last, slowly the city began to empty. Families drifted away, seeking new lands, new hopes. Priests clung to their rituals, but fewer and fewer came to watch. The jungle crept in, roots splitting stone, vines covering plazas, trees rising where markets once bustled. Chichén Itzá, the jewel of Kukulkán, the city of the Feathered Serpent, began to fade into memory. And so the age of Chichén Itzá closed not with fire, nor with war, but with silence. The Feathered Serpent had not descended in wrath, but neither had he blessed. He had simply allowed the balance to break, and when balance breaks all things fall. Yet his prophecy remained. The people remembered his promise, I shall return. Even as the city fell quiet, even as stone was swallowed by jungle, the legend endured. For every equinox, the serpent still slid down the steps of El Castillo, a shadow of hope, a whisper that one day Kukulkán would descend not in light but in flesh. Even as the rest of Chichén Itzá faded, one monument refused to be swallowed by jungle or silence. El Castillo, the temple of Kukulkán. It rose 24 meters into the sky, a stepped pyramid of perfect geometry, each side aligned with the cardinal directions. To stand before it was to feel the weight of the cosmos pressing into stone. Its stairways stretched like paths to the heavens, its terraces like steps of time itself. No mason built without ritual. Each stone was cut with prayer, each block laid with offerings of blood and incense. The pyramid was not simply architecture. It was a covenant, a bridge between man and God, earth and sky, life and eternity. The pyramid was designed not as a dwelling, nor as a fortress, but as time made visible. 4 stairways, each with 91 steps. Together, 364. The top platform, 365. The days of the solar year. 9 terraces, the heavens above and the underworld below, balanced in sacred number. 52 carved panels, the cycle in which the ritual calendar and solar calendar aligned, renewing the world. To climb El Castillo was to walk through time itself. Each step was a day. Each terrace was a level of existence. Each corner was a direction of the earth. The Maya who ascended its stairs knew they were not walking on stone, they were walking the cycle of the cosmos. But the pyramid's greatest secret lay in its relationship with the sun. Twice each year, on the equinox, when day and night balanced perfectly, the setting sun struck the northern stairway at just the right angle. Shadows formed along the terraces, creating the illusion of a serpent's body slithering down the steps. The shadow slid slowly until it joined the massive serpent head carved at the pyramid's base. Fangs bared, eyes wide, the stone head seemed to awaken as the shadow body joined it. This was no accident. It was design, proof that the builders had aligned heaven and earth so precisely that the feathered serpent himself would appear. The people saw not light and shadow but Kukulkán descending. Each equinox, the god returned, not in flesh but in vision, fulfilling his promise through the very dance of the sun. When the shadow serpent appeared, the plaza erupted. Thousands fell to their knees, chanting the god's name. Priests raised their arms, declaring, "Behold, Kukulkán descends. The feathered serpent blesses his people." Drums beat like thunder. Dancers in feathered cloaks coiled across the plaza, imitating the serpent's movement. The sacred cenote received new offerings, jade, obsidian, and blood. Children clutched their parents, staring wide-eyed. Elders wept, remembering the god's words, "I shall return." In that moment no one doubted. Kukulkán was there. The pyramid was alive. El Castillo was not just a temple. It was Kukulkán himself, frozen in stone, awakened in light, breathing in shadow. The priests called it the navel of the world, the place where heaven, earth, and underworld met. To climb it was to ascend to the gods. To watch it was to see the gods descend. Even as the city declined, even as jungle swallowed plazas, El Castillo endured. And each equinox, the feathered serpent still slid down its stairs as if reminding the people, "I have not abandoned you. I am still here." El Castillo was not only one pyramid. Beneath its steps and terraces lay another, older temple, a pyramid hidden within stone, like a serpent coiled within its own skin. Archaeologists of later ages would discover this secret. Stairways sealed by centuries, leading down into chambers where the earlier temples still slept. Within those depths stood shrines, red-painted walls, serpent carvings, and an idol of a jaguar throne, its eyes once set with jade, its body painted as if alive. To the Maya this was no surprise. They believed that all things lived in layers, the heavens above, the underworld below, the cycles coiling endlessly inward and outward. For them, El Castillo was not just a monument, it was a living serpent, shedding skins of stone as time renewed. Priests told that within the pyramid, Kukulkán himself slept, coiled deep in shadow, waiting for the day of return. His body was the terraces. His fangs were the stairways. His eyes were the serpent heads at the base. By day he lay hidden within stone. By equinox he stretched forth in shadow, sliding down to taste the earth again. To climb the pyramid was to walk upon the serpent's back. To descend its steps was to move along his body. Every ceremony upon its platform was performed upon his very spine. The people did not see stone and mortar. They saw the feathered serpent, vast and eternal, slumbering and waking with the rhythm of the sun. Legends told that deep within the pyramid, in a chamber unseen, stood a throne not of wood or jade but of fire serpent stone. Upon this throne, Kukulkán would sit when he returned, judging mankind's balance. Some said the chamber echoed with whispers, voices of priests long dead, or perhaps the god himself. Only the bravest entered, and few emerged unchanged. Those who did claimed they felt scales brushing against their skin, wings stirring the air though no wind blew. Whether true or legend, the people believed. Kukulkán's spirit never left Chichén Itzá. It remained, coiled within the pyramid, waiting. El Castillo was not built to be temporary. It was meant to endure across ages, to outlast famine, rebellion, even the silence of gods. Its stairways would continue to catch the sun. Its serpent shadow would continue to descend. Its chambers would continue to hold secrets, long after the people had gone. To the Maya this was the point. Time was a cycle, not a line. And so the pyramid itself was built to be a cycle of stone, always renewing, always repeating, always alive. The feathered serpent was not gone. He was here, in the walls, in the shadow, in the heartbeat of the pyramid itself. Twice each year, when the sun stood in perfect balance between day and night, the people of Chichén Itzá gathered for the most sacred of all rituals, the descent of Kukulkán. Long before dawn, pilgrims arrived from every corner of the land. They walked the Sakbiab, the white limestone roads, carrying baskets of maize, jars of cacao, bundles of feathers, and offerings of jade. Families camped at the edge of the plaza, their fires glowing in the dark, their children whispering prayers to the feathered serpent. By sunrise the city pulsed with life. The marketplace emptied, the ball court fell silent, and all paths led to El Castillo, the throne of Kukulkán. At mid-morning the drums began. Slow at first, tum, tum, like the heartbeat of the earth. Flutes answered, high and sharp, like the cries of birds greeting the dawn. Conch shells blared, their echoes rolling across the jungle like thunder. Dancers entered the plaza, their bodies painted in green and gold, their arms feathered like wings. They moved in spirals, imitating the coils of a serpent. With every turn, their shadows slithered across the stones, merging with the serpent carvings etched upon the walls. The people chanted, Kukulkán, Kukulkán, Lord of Wind, Lord of Rain, descend. The plaza itself seemed to tremble beneath the sound. As the sun reached its zenith and began its fall, silence swept over the crowd. All eyes turned to the northern stairway of El Castillo. And then, it began. A shadow appeared along the terraces, a dark line broken by sunlight. Slowly, step by step, it stretched downward, forming the shape of a serpent's body. The illusion rippled, its scales shifting in the light as though alive. The crowd gasped. Mothers clutched their children. Warriors struck their shields. Priests raised their staffs, crying, Behold, Kukulkán descends. The shadow slid lower, scale upon scale, until at last it joined the great serpent head carved in stone at the pyramid's base. Fangs bared, tongue flicking, the stone serpent seemed to awaken, its shadow body complete. The feathered serpent had returned. The plaza erupted in frenzy. Dancers coiled across the ground, their movements mirroring the serpent's descent. Priests cast incense into braziers, the smoke rising in thick white plumes that spiraled into the sky like feathers. Offerings were brought forth, jade beads, obsidian blades, gold discs, and woven cloths. Each was held high, kissed by priests, and then hurled into the sacred cenote with cries of devotion. Then came the blood. Farmers pierced their ears, warriors their tongues. Drops fell upon the earth, upon the stone steps, upon the altars. The smell of copal mingled with iron as life itself was given back to the gods. Finally the captives were brought forth. Painted blue, crowned with feathers, they walked calmly, for to be chosen was both terror and honor. One by one they were offered upon the altars, their hearts raised high toward the shadow serpent. Their blood, steaming in the sun, was declared the nourishment of Kukulkán, ensuring that rain would fall and maize would thrive. The people wept, prayed, and shouted in unison, certain that the god had accepted their gifts. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the shadow serpent faded. The plaza, now soaked with sweat, smoke, and blood, fell into silence. But the silence was not despair, it was awe. For they had seen the god. They had walked with him. They had given and he had descended. Torches blazed as night fell and the ceremonies continued. Musicians played until dawn, dancers spiraled endlessly, and priests recited the prophecy once more. Kukulkán has descended in shadow. One day he shall descend in flesh. And when he does, the world shall be remade. The people returned to their homes with faith renewed, knowing that though the god's body slept within the pyramid, his spirit had walked among them. To the Maya, a pyramid was not only stone, it was the womb of the earth and the spine of the heavens. El Castillo, rising above Chichén Itzá, was seen as a cosmic mountain, the center of creation where the three realms met. Sky above, where the gods moved among stars and planets. Earth in the middle, where men sowed maize and built temples. Underworld below, the realm of waters, roots, and death. The pyramid united them all. Its stairways were paths to the heavens, its base rooted in the underworld, its summit a throne where gods might sit. To climb its steps was to ascend through existence itself, moving closer to Kukulkán's eternal presence. Priests described El Castillo as the axis mundi, the axis of the world. At equinox, when Kukulkán descended in shadow, the pyramid revealed its true nature. A bridge, a serpent connecting heaven to earth. The serpent's head at the base was earth. The serpent's shadow body along the stairs was the underworld. The summit platform was the heavens. Together they formed the serpent's full body, coiling through all realms at once. To witness this was not only to see a god, it was to see the universe itself alive. Upon the summit stood the temple, a small shrine compared to the vast pyramid below, but to the Maya, it was a throne for Kukulkán. During festivals, priests carried idols and offerings up the stairways, moving slowly, chanting with each step. At the summit, they placed the gifts upon the altar: maize, feathers, jade, blood. The temple doors faced the north, opening toward the sacred cenote. It was said that when the god descended in shadow, he would enter the shrine, sit upon the altar and judge the offerings of his people. For this reason no commoner ever climbed the pyramid. To touch its steps was to tread upon the serpent's body, to approach the god himself, a privilege reserved only for priests and kings. More than monument, more than throne, El Castillo was a living calendar. Its steps counted the days. Its panels marked the years. Its terraces aligned with stars. The Maya saw in its design the proof that time was not chaos, but order. By watching the pyramid, by studying its shadows, they knew when to plant, when to harvest, when to sacrifice, when to celebrate. The pyramid was not just a temple to Kukulkán, it was Kukulkán's teaching made stone. For most of the Maya, the equinox was not a spectacle, it was a pilgrimage. Families walked for days along jungle paths, carrying offerings on their backs. At dawn they entered the white roads of Chichén Itzá, their eyes lifting to the sight of El Castillo rising above the city. To stand before the pyramid was to feel both fear and joy. Fear, for the god's eyes seemed to gaze from its serpent heads. Joy, for the people believed they were in the presence of the eternal. When the serpent descended in shadow, pilgrims fell prostrate, pressing their foreheads to the earth. Tears streaked their faces, for in that moment they knew Kukulkán saw them, remembered them, and blessed them. For the pilgrim, the shadow was not illusion. It was proof that the god still lived. For the priests, the equinox was more than a vision. It was a communion. They had prepared for months, fasting, piercing their skin, burning incense, studying the stars to predict the exact moment of descent. On the day they ascended the steps of El Castillo barefoot, chanting as they climbed. At the summit, they spread offerings upon the altar: maize, jade, feathers, and bowls of blood drawn from their own bodies. Their chants echoed across the plaza, calling the god by his many names: Kukulkán, Quetzalcoatl, Gucumatz, Feathered Serpent, Bringer of Balance, Lord of Wind and Rain. When the serpent shadow slid down the stairs, they believed Kukulkán entered the shrine, unseen by the crowd. There, within smoke and fire, they spoke with him, or so they claimed. And when they descended again, their faces painted in ash and blood, they declared his will to the people. Whether prophecy or politics, the people accepted their words as Kukulkán's own. For the warriors of Chichén Itzá, the equinox was a day of oath and blood. Before the ceremony, they painted their faces in red and black, jaguar spots and eagle wings upon their skin. They sharpened obsidian blades and struck their chests with fists, chanting their devotion to the feathered serpent. When the serpent shadow appeared, they raised their spears and cried, "We are your fangs. We are your claws. Through us you strike your enemies." In that moment they swore to fight not for themselves but for Kukulkán. To fall in battle was not failure but fulfillment. For a warrior's blood, spilled in war or upon an altar, was the most sacred offering. Many believed that when the serpent descended, Kukulkán looked into their hearts, measuring their courage. The brave felt pride, the fearful trembled, for the god saw all. For the women, the equinox was a day of prayer for fertility, of womb, of earth, of life. They carried baskets of maize and cacao to the plaza, offering them as symbols of plenty. Some cut their palms, dripping blood upon the seeds before casting them into the cenote, asking Kukulkán to bless both crops and children. For children the day was wonder. They laughed and pointed as the serpent shadow moved, tugging at their mother's arms, whispering, "He's here. He's here." In their wide eyes burned the future, the certainty that the God they were told about in stories was real, alive, and watching. And so each person, pilgrim, priest, warrior, woman, child, experienced the equinox in their own way. But together they formed one truth: the shadow serpent was not just a vision upon stone. It was Kukulkán himself, descending to remind them that the cycle endured. The pyramid was not just stone. It was a bridge. The shadow was not just light. It was a promise. The festival was not just ritual. It was life itself renewed. Every equinox, as the people gathered, there was a moment of terrible silence before the descent. Thousands of eyes fixed upon the pyramid's northern stairway, waiting for the first ripple of shadow. Children clutched their parents' hands. Priests burned more incense, whispering feverish prayers. Warriors struck their shields, trying to drive away unease. For in those moments before the serpent appeared, a single thought lingered in every heart. What if he does not come? The feathered serpent's descent was more than ritual. It was proof that the god still walked with his people. If the shadow failed, it would mean Kukulkán had abandoned them. And what would follow? Without his blessing, the rains would vanish. Without his presence, the maize would wither. Without his balance, enemies would triumph. The people feared famine, war, and disease would descend if the serpent did not. And so, the equinox was not only joy, it was dread, an annual test of faith. The priests knew this fear well. To them, the serpent's descent was both revelation and burden. For if the shadow failed, it would be upon their shoulders. They alone were responsible for keeping the balance, for ensuring that offerings had been made, that laws had been followed, that the cycles of heaven were honored. They kept vigil through the night before the equinox, piercing their skin, spilling their blood, casting offerings into the cenote. Some whispered prayers until their voices broke. Others wept in silence, begging Kukulkán to return. They told the people, "Do not fear. The god will descend." But in their own hearts they trembled. Legends tell of equinoxes when clouds veiled the sun, and the people waited in agony as the shadow serpent failed to form. Murmurs spread. Has Kukulkán turned his back on us? Have we angered him? Priests leapt into action, ordering sacrifices on the spot, jade, obsidian, and blood cast into the sacred cenote. Only when the clouds broke and the serpent appeared did the people breathe again, sobbing with relief. But each delay deepened the fear. If one day the serpent never appeared, it would mean the prophecy had ended, and the god was truly gone. And so, every equinox carried not only wonder but terror. The joy of seeing Kukulkán's descent was always shadowed by the dread of his absence. The pyramid was a stage, the sun an actor, the serpent a miracle, but behind the miracle was the fragile truth. If balance broke, the god would not descend. The people lived between faith and fear, devotion and doubt. For Kukulkán was both teacher and judge, blessing and punishment, presence and absence. And each year, when the serpent finally appeared, the people cried not only in joy but in relief. For the Maya, the heavens were not empty. Every star was a glyph, every planet a god, every movement a message. The night sky was their scripture, and Kukulkán was written across it. Priests of Chichén Itzá climbed the summits of temples, lying on their backs in silence, staring at the stars until dawn. They marked the patterns of constellations on bark paper codices, mapping not only what was but what would be. Among all the celestial bodies, one star burned brighter, swifter, more mysterious than the rest: Venus. Venus rose as both morning star and evening star, appearing at dawn, vanishing and then returning at dusk. To the Maya, this dual nature reflected Kukulkán himself: serpent and bird, life and death, teacher and judge. As morning star, Venus was the herald of dawn, symbol of rebirth and renewal. As evening star, it was the bringer of night, the sign of endings and judgment. Thus Venus was called the twin of the sun, and the priests declared, "Behold the star of Kukulkán. When it rises, the god watches. When it sets, he walks in the underworld." The Maya tracked Venus with extraordinary precision. They knew it rose in cycles of 584 days, vanishing and returning in patterns that aligned with wars, harvests, and rituals. When Venus rose as morning star, priests declared it an omen of new beginnings. Time to sow, time to march to battle, time for leaders to proclaim their strength. When it fell and returned as evening star, they warned of endings. Time to mourn, time to sacrifice, time for balance to be restored. Every cycle of Venus was read as the breath of Kukulkán, inhaling as morning star, exhaling as evening star. Warriors paid special heed to Venus. They believed battles fought when it rose as morning star carried Kukulkán's blessing, for the god himself lit the way. Some kings declared campaigns only when Venus shone at dawn, believing it guaranteed victory. Priests calculated its rising years in advance, aligning wars to its cycle. But when Venus burned as evening star, they warned of danger. Battles fought under its sign risked ruin, for Kukulkán judged more harshly at dusk than at dawn. Thus, every spear thrown, every blade raised, was tied not only to the earth but to the heavens. The people believed Kukulkán dwelled in the serpent constellations, coiling across the heavens. They saw his wings in the Milky Way, his eyes in Venus, his breath in the winds that stirred when the stars shifted. When children looked up at night, they were told, "See? That is Kukulkán above. He watches from the stars, waiting for the day he will return." The sky was not distance. It was presence. Kukulkán had not left, he had only risen higher. El Castillo itself was aligned with the heavens. Its corners faced the cardinal directions, its stairways matched the solstices, its terraces cast shadows that mirrored Venus's cycle. When Venus rose bright over the pyramid, its light seemed to crown the temple. The people cried out, believing the god had descended not only in shadow but also in flame across the sky. The feathered serpent was not bound to earth, nor to temple, nor to cenote. He was everywhere, coiled in stone and shadow and stars. El Castillo was not simply a pyramid. It was a machine of the cosmos. Its stairways counted the days, its terraces marked the heavens, its corners aligned with solstices, its shadow serpent revealed the equinox. Every block of stone was a gear in a vast calendar, turning not in metal but in light and shadow. To stand before it was to feel time itself breathing. Each equinox was proof that the cycle still turned, that the balance still held, at least for now. The people knew, so long as the serpent descended, Kukulkán had not abandoned them. But El Castillo was more than a calendar. It was a prophecy carved into earth. The priest declared, "This pyramid is the promise of Kukulkán. Each year he descends in shadow, reminding us he is near. But one day he shall not come as shadow. He shall come in flesh, and the cycle shall turn anew." The pyramid was thus both reminder and warning. Its beauty inspired awe, but its silence held judgment. It whispered, "Are you ready for his return?" Generations passed. The city rose, thrived, and declined. The plazas emptied, the markets fell silent, the sacred cenote swallowed its last offerings. The jungle crept in, swallowing homes and temples. But El Castillo remained. And even as people abandoned the city, even as silence claimed its streets, the serpent still descended each equinox. Long after the priests were gone, long after the warriors' cries faded, the feathered serpent still appeared. His shadow slid down the stairway, his body joined the stone head, and the promise endured. To the Maya, the pyramid was not just dedicated to Kukulkán. It was Kukulkán. Its stairways were his body. Its serpent heads were his fangs. Its terraces were his feathers. Its shadow was his spirit. To see El Castillo was to see the god himself, sleeping in stone, waking in light, coiling across time. The pyramid was both serpent and sun, teacher and judge, present and promise. Even now, as centuries pass, as jungles rise and fall, as men forget and rediscover, El Castillo still stands. And every equinox the serpent still descends. It is a reminder that Kukulkán's promise has not been broken. The feathered serpent waits, watching, measuring the balance of the world. And one day, perhaps when the shadow serpent no longer suffices, perhaps when imbalance threatens to consume all, he will descend not in shadow but in flesh. Generations after the glory of Chichén Itzá had waned, the people still clung to the prophecy, Kukulkán shall return. The priests were gone, the army silent, but each equinox the serpent shadow still slid down the steps of El Castillo, and whispers spread, "One day the shadow will become the god himself." Then came the signs. The skies grew strange. The sun burned red at dawn, refusing to rise in its usual brilliance. Venus gleamed brighter than ever, appearing not only at morning and evening, but seeming to linger longer in the sky, like a watchful eye. The winds grew violent. Storms tore across the jungle, uprooting trees, striking temples with lightning. Crops withered even in rain, as if the soil itself had soured. Elders muttered, "The balance is broken." The feathered serpent stirs. The ground itself began to tremble. Cenotes, once still, churned violently as if something vast moved beneath. Fishermen swore they saw serpent-like shapes twisting in the depths. At night, strange lights danced above the jungle, fiery streaks that some said were stars falling, others said were Kukulkán's wings stirring the heavens. And in the silence between storms, a hiss seemed to echo, not from snake or man, but from the very air, a low rumble that rolled like thunder, chilling those who heard it. In forgotten shrines, far from the jungle's grasp, a handful of priests kept vigil. They watched the skies, marked the trembling earth, and opened their codices. In faded glyphs they read the prophecy again. When the sun stands red at dawn, when Venus burns too long, when earth trembles and waters churn, the feathered serpent shall return. They wept, for they knew the time had come. But was it a return of mercy, or of judgment? The people were divided. Some rejoiced, preparing offerings of jade, maize, and feathers, believing Kukulkán would bless them and restore the balance. Others trembled in terror, whispering that he would come not as savior but as destroyer, to punish mankind for pride and excess. Children asked their parents, "Will he bring rain or fire?" And no one could answer. All they knew was that the prophecy was no longer distant. The feathered serpent was near. One night, as the equinox approached, the people gathered at El Castillo once more. The jungle had begun to reclaim the city, roots splitting stones, plazas overgrown, but still they came. Thousands filled the ancient square, torches blazing, drums beating like thunder. As the sun set, the serpent shadow formed along the pyramid's northern stairway. The crowd gasped, falling to their knees. But this time the shadow did not fade. It thickened, darkening, scales shimmering as though alive. The serpent's body pulsed with light, sliding down the steps not as illusion but as flesh. The great stone head at the base glowed, eyes burning with fire. And with a roar that shook the heavens, Kukulkán returned. The crowd fell silent as the serpent shadow thickened, its scales no longer illusions of light but shimmering feathers of emerald and gold. The body of the feathered serpent slithered down the northern stairway, vast coils gliding with a sound like stone grinding against stone, like thunder rolling through earth. Each terrace shook as his body passed, dust cascading from the pyramid's edges. At the base, the colossal stone serpent head shuddered, then cracked apart, revealing eyes blazing like suns, a tongue of fire flicking into the night. The stone was no longer statue. It was alive. And from the summit, vast wings unfurled, each feather glowing with the colors of dawn and dusk. The air itself bent beneath their spread. With a single beat, winds roared across the plaza, toppling torches, whipping cloaks and hair into chaos. The feathered serpent had come in flesh. Kukulkán towered above the people, his body coiling around the pyramid like a living mountain. His feathers shimmered with every color of the jungle, sky, and sea. His scales gleamed like jade and obsidian, his wings stretched like thunderclouds across the stars. When he raised his head, his eyes blazed brighter than Venus, brighter than fire, brighter than the sun itself. The people fell to the ground, pressing their foreheads into stone. Some wept with joy, crying, "He has returned. The prophecy is fulfilled." Others trembled, unable to speak, certain this was not blessing but judgment. Then Kukulkán spoke. His voice was not a sound but a storm, wind and thunder crashing together, shaking the bones of those who heard. It filled the plaza, the jungle, the sky itself. "Children of maize, I have returned. I gave you my gifts, the seed of life, the count of time, the law of balance, but you grew proud. You forgot balance. You fed excess. You called in my name but served yourselves." His words were neither gentle nor cruel. They were truth, heavy as stone, sharp as obsidian. The crowd shivered, their cries mingling in fear and devotion. As he spoke, the earth trembled. The cenote churned, waves slapping against its limestone walls as though something immense stirred below. Lightning tore the sky, striking the temples. Rain began to fall in sudden torrents, soaking the people in seconds. The feathered serpent's wings beat once more, sending gales sweeping across the city. Palm trees bent, roots tore from the earth. The plaza became a whirl of wind and water. The people clung to the ground, crying out, "Forgive us, Lord of wind and rain. Forgive us, Kukulkán." But even amid the chaos, some lifted their faces in joy. For they believed this storm was not wrath, but renewal, the cleansing that would restore balance. They spread their arms, letting the rain wash over them, shouting, "He blesses us. He brings life again." Others cowered, certain that the feathered serpent had come to destroy, to judge, to devour the city in fire and flood. Hope and terror mingled, inseparable. For the God who had returned was both teacher and judge, giver and taker, serpent and bird. The storm raged, lightning split the sky, rain lashed the stone, wind howled through the jungle, yet in the plaza, all went silent. Thousands knelt in mud and water, staring at the colossal form of Kukulkán coiled around El Castillo. His wings stretched wide, feathers glowing like burning embers. His eyes blazed down upon the crowd, reflecting not only their faces but their souls. The feathered serpent spoke again, his voice thunder and breath of wind. "The cycle has turned. The balance is broken. I have come to weigh your hearts." One by one the people were called to rise. Farmers, warriors, merchants, priests, children. Each stood trembling beneath the gaze of the god. When Kukulkán looked upon them, they felt more than seen. His eyes pierced deeper than flesh, deeper than bone, into memory, into truth. To the farmer he asked, "Have you given thanks for the maize or claimed the earth as your own?" To the warrior he asked, "Have you taken captives for balance or slaughtered for pride?" To the merchant he asked, "Do you trade in harmony or hoard for greed?" To the priest he asked, "Do you serve me or do you serve your own power?" Each answer was not spoken in words but revealed in the beating of their hearts. And Kukulkán judged silently, the storm intensifying or softening with each soul he weighed. When the priests themselves stood before him, the air grew heavy. For centuries they had ruled in his name, but had they truly served him or themselves? Kukulkán's eyes burned upon them. "You bore my feathers. You spoke my words. But you bound men with fear and drowned balance in excess. You demanded blood beyond need and claimed it was mine. You twisted my promise into chains." The priests fell to their knees, weeping, begging for forgiveness. Some tore their garments, others cut their own flesh, offering blood freely at his feet. The storm roared louder, lightning cracking the sky. The people trembled, for they saw that Kukulkán was not merely judging individuals, but dividing the world itself. Those who had lived in balance, honoring maize, rain, and time, felt the storm lessen around them. The rain cooled their skin, the wind lifted them gently. They felt hope, renewal, blessing. Those who had lived in greed, cruelty, or pride felt the storm crash harder. Winds tore at their bodies, rain stung like fire, lightning split the ground at their feet. They felt fear, condemnation, wrath. The plaza itself became two worlds, half bathed in storm, half blessed by rain. Then Kukulkán's voice rolled across the heavens once more. "The cycle must turn. Shall I cleanse this world in fire and flood, or shall I renew it in peace and maize? Tell me, children of earth, are you worthy?" The crowd screamed and sobbed, some begging for mercy, others crying that they were unworthy. Parents held children, warriors raised weapons in salute, priests bowed their heads in shame. All waited for the god's judgment, hearts pounding with fear and hope alike. The plaza shook as Kukulkán's coils tightened around El Castillo. His wings spread wide, eclipsing the moon. His eyes, burning like twin suns, swept across the crowd. Then, with a hiss that rattled bones, he spoke. The balance must be restored. Those who live in harmony shall endure. Those who fed greed and excess shall be consumed. His body glowed, scales shining like molten stone, feathers burning like fire. The air itself crackled as the feathered serpent prepared to strike. Lightning split the sky. Thunder exploded like mountains breaking. The ground tore open as fire surged upward. The priests who had twisted his name into chains screamed as the storm consumed them. Winds ripped their garments, fire devoured their altars, and the sacred cenote swallowed their treasures, as if the gods themselves rejected their offerings. Greedy merchants who had hoarded wealth were swept into the earth, their jade and gold shattered into dust. Warriors who had killed not for balance but for pride were struck down, their obsidian blades shattering like glass. The storm was not blind rage, it was precise, coiled justice, striking only those whose lives had tipped the scales toward corruption. Yet as fury fell upon the corrupt, the faithful felt a different storm. Rain fell upon the farmers, soaking their fields, turning dust to life. The winds caressed children's faces, carrying the scent of maize and blossoms. Elders lifted their eyes and saw stars break through the storm, Venus shining brighter than ever, the eye of Kukulkán watching with blessing. To those who had lived in balance, the feathered serpent was not wrath but renewal. When the storm eased, Kukulkán raised his head high above the pyramid, his feathers glistening with rain and fire. The cycle turns. The corrupt are consumed, the faithful endure. Remember, balance is life, excess is death. Forget again and I shall return, not as teacher, not as judge, but as end. His wings beat once, sending a final gust that swept across the land. His body uncoiled, rising higher, shimmering with light. The serpent shadow, once illusion, now became his true form ascending into the heavens. The people watched, tears streaming, as the feathered serpent vanished into cloud and storm. Silence fell. The storm was gone. The plaza lay in ruin, altars shattered, temples scarred, but the air was fresh, the soil damp, the stars clear. The survivors rose slowly, trembling, whispering. The prophecy is fulfilled. He has judged us. He has renewed us. The pyramid stood, scarred but unbroken. And each survivor knew, El Castillo was no longer only stone. It had been the throne of the feathered serpent, the place where he had judged the world. When the storm ended, the city lay broken. Temples were scorched, plazas flooded, trees torn from their roots. The sacred cenote churned with foam and smoke, as if it still boiled from the god's fury. And yet at dawn the air was pure. The sun rose golden, its light clear upon the wet stone of El Castillo. Birds sang from branches that had survived the winds. The soil, damp and black, smelled of renewal. The survivors gathered in the plaza, gazing at the pyramid. Though scarred, it still stood, proof that Kukulkán's presence remained. They whispered, "He has judged us. He has spared us. He has renewed the cycle." In the days that followed, the rains returned, steady, gentle, life-giving. Farmers planted maize, and where once the earth had cracked, now green shoots rose tall and strong. Children ran through fields laughing, their hands full of young stalks. Elders wept at the sight, knowing the god's storm had not destroyed but cleansed. The people believed each drop of rain was a gift from Kukulkán, his wings still stirring the clouds, his breath still carrying life. The survivors rebuilt, but not in the same way. The temples were not raised higher, but humbler, offerings made not of gold but of maize and blood drawn from their own flesh. The markets reopened, but greed was shunned. Trade was balanced, jade and cacao shared in fairness. Warriors still marched, but they no longer fought for conquest. Battles were waged only when balance demanded, never for pride. Chichén Itzá did not return to its former glory of wealth and empire. It became something quieter, a place of devotion, a reminder of balance, a city living in the shadow of the feathered serpent's promise. The priests who survived changed their words. No longer did they command through fear alone. They spoke instead of humility, of gratitude, of the cost of imbalance. They told the people, "Remember what he said, if we forget again he shall not return as teacher or judge. He shall return as end." Thus, every equinox became not just celebration but remembrance. When the serpent shadow slid down the pyramid stairs, the people fell silent, remembering the night he descended in flesh and storm. It was not only joy they felt, but solemnity, the weight of his warning etched into their lives. Generations passed, but the memory endured. Parents told children of the storm, of the god's eyes like suns, of his voice like thunder. Children told their children, and the story became legend, and the legend became faith. Even when the city itself declined, even when the jungle crept in once more, the survivors and their descendants carried the prophecy. They said, "Kukulkán returned once to cleanse and renew. He will return again if balance is broken. He waits in the pyramid, in the cenote, in the stars." And so his presence never left. Not in stone, not in shadow, not in story. The feathered serpent was eternal. The storm that marked Kukulkán's return was not felt only in Chichén Itzá. Across the jungles, coasts, and mountains, messengers carried word of the feathered serpent's descent. Other cities listened with awe and dread. Some believed the Itzá people were blessed, chosen to see their God in flesh. Others feared that if Kukulkán judged one city, he might soon turn his gaze upon them. The legend traveled faster than any army. Villagers, merchants, and wandering priests spread the tale. The feathered serpent has returned. He came in storm and fire. He judged the people. He restored the rains. Thus, even as Chichén Itzá waned, Kukulkán's name grew mightier than ever. As his legend spread, the feathered serpent merged with gods of distant peoples. To the highlands he was Gukyamat's serpent of creation who brought order to chaos. To the central valleys he was Quetzalcoatl, the plumed serpent who gave maize and fire to mankind. To other Maya cities he was Cucumatz, the divine serpent who coiled through sky and sea alike. Different names, different stories, yet always the same truth. A serpent with feathers, a being of balance, teacher and judge, giver and taker. It was as though one God, one presence, had many masks, many voices, many forms. Generations passed, cities rose and fell, jungles swallowed stone, but Kukulkán's name endured. Even when the temples were empty, even when the codices were burned, even when new gods were brought by strangers from across the sea, still in whispers the feathered serpent remained. The people said, "He waits, he watches. When the cycle breaks again, he shall return once more." Every storm, every earthquake, every famine became a reminder. Every eclipse, every comet, every trembling of the earth was seen as his breath, his wings, his stirring. But his legacy was not only hope, it was also fear. Some prayed for his return, believing he would restore balance and bring an age of plenty. Others dreaded it, certain he would descend as fire and flood, destroying all. The feathered serpent was not a god of comfort. He was a god of truth. And truth was sharp like obsidian. It could cut or it could carve depending on how it was used. And so, across lands and centuries, Kukulkán became more than a god of one city. He became a god of cycles, of beginnings and endings, of return and renewal. The people did not forget. They could not. For each equinox, even in silence, even when temples lay abandoned, the serpent shadow still slid down the steps of El Castillo. It was his eternal sign, his eternal promise. One day the feathered serpent would return again. As generations passed, the story of Kukulkán's storm judgment grew heavy with new meanings. No longer did all believe his return was a blessing. Some elders watching the skies warned, "He came once to renew. If he comes again, it will not be to heal but to end." In darkened huts, by firelight, parents told children that if mankind strayed too far into greed, cruelty, or forgetfulness, the feathered serpent would not return as rain and thunder, but as fire and shadow. The prophecy of return became a prophecy of doom. The Maya understood the world as fragile, held in balance like maize kernels in a hand. Every offering, every ritual, every act of humility weighed upon that balance. If the hand tipped, the kernels would fall and the cycle would end. Thus they said. The first return of Kukulkán was mercy. The second return would be judgment. The final return would be destruction. The feathered serpent, bringer of creation, could also become the serpent of annihilation. The people watched the skies for omens. They said the final descent would be marked by signs none could ignore. The sun would darken at noon, plunging the earth into shadow. The moon would bleed red, dripping across the heavens. The stars would fall like fire, as if the serpent himself shed his feathers upon the world. The earth would crack and the cenotes would open wide, swallowing the land into the underworld. On that day the serpent shadow would descend one last time upon El Castillo, not as light, not as flesh, but as a coil of fire and storm that would devour the earth. Every famine, every drought, every plague stirred whispers, "Is this the beginning? Is he returning at last?" The people both prayed for him and feared him. To forget him was dangerous, but to remember him too vividly was terrifying. For in his dual nature lay both salvation and ruin. Children grew up with the warning, "Live in balance or the feathered serpent will return, not to teach, not to judge, but to end." And yet even in this fear the people saw truth. For they knew the cycles must one day close. Just as maize grows and dies, just as the sun rises and sets, just as men are born and perish, so too must the world itself end. The final return of Kukulkán was not cruelty but destiny, the completion of the cycle. And so they lived between hope and dread, watching the pyramid, the cenote, the stars, waiting for the day when the feathered serpent would descend in fire and shadow, and the world would coil into its final night. The legends tell of a future equinox, darker than any before. The people will gather at El Castillo as their ancestors did for centuries. They will wait for the shadow serpent to descend. But the sun will falter. Its light will dim, its warmth fade. At noon the sky will blacken as if swallowed by an endless eclipse. The people will cry out, "The God comes. The end is here." Night will fall before its time, and above the pyramid the moon will rise, vast and red as blood. Its light will drip across the heavens, staining the stars. The priests will tremble, for they will know this is no ordinary sign. It is the mark of the serpent's final descent, the omen written in codices long forgotten. When the moon bleeds and the sun hides, the feathered serpent coils for the last time. Then the stars will begin to fall. One by one, then in showers, fiery trails will burn across the heavens, as though Kukulkán himself were shedding his feathers of flame. The jungle will catch fire, the seas will boil, the mountains will shake. The cenotes will roar as their waters rise and burst, flooding the land with torrents from the underworld. No city, no temple, no king will stand untouched. And then, upon the steps of El Castillo, the shadow serpent will appear one last time. But it will not be shadow. It will be fire. A serpent of flame, vast and endless, will coil down the pyramid, its body wrapping around the world. Its wings will spread across the sky, blotting out stars, blotting out hope. Its eyes will blaze like twin suns, consuming all. Kukulkán will have returned, not as teacher, not as judge, but as end. The people will see him in terror and awe, for even in destruction he is truth. His voice will thunder across the collapsing earth. The cycle is complete. The world returns to silence. From silence I shall make it new. Mountains will crack. Seas will rise. The earth itself will coil inward, folding into shadow and flame. And then silence. For though the world ends, the prophecy does not. Kukulkán is not only destruction. He is also renewal. When the ashes settle, when the fires dim, when silence reigns, from that silence will rise a new dawn, a new sun, a new maze, a new world. For the feathered serpent is eternal. He destroys but only to create. He ends but only to begin. And so the cycle turns forever. Though temples crumble and jungles reclaim stone, Kukulkán has never vanished. For he was not bound to Chichén Itzá alone, nor to pyramids or cenotes. He was and is in the very breath of the world. When the wind stirs through the jungle, rattling the leaves, the people say, "That is Kukulkán's breath. He passes by." When the rain falls heavy on maize fields, they whisper, "The feathered serpent blesses us." When lightning splits the sky, when thunder rolls across the horizon, they tremble, saying, "He speaks." In every natural force, gentle breeze, furious storm, nourishing rain, or raging fire, Kukulkán lives. He is not past. He is present. Always. The Maya raised their eyes to the heavens and saw Kukulkán written in light. His body stretched across the Milky Way, a white serpent coiling through the night sky. His eyes burned in Venus, his feathers glimmered in every falling star. Even when cities fell silent, even when books were burned, the stars could not be erased. Children were told, "Look to the sky. There flies Kukulkán. He watches from above." Thus, the stars themselves became his codex, eternal and unburnable, carrying his prophecy forever. The feathered serpent was never only a god of one age. He was the god of all cycles. He descended at the dawn of creation to give men maize, law, and balance. He returned in shadow and light, reminding them of the cycles of time. He came in flesh to judge, to cleanse, to renew. And he will return again at the world's end, to coil the cycle closed and begin it anew. Thus, Kukulkán is not one story, not one prophecy. He is the cycle itself, the breath, the storm, the fire, the silence, the renewal. And so the Maya believed that Kukulkán lived not only in wind and star, but also within men themselves. Each person carried the serpent in their blood, the pulse of life, the rhythm of the heart. Each breath was his breath, each heartbeat his drum. To live in balance was to honor the serpent within. To fall into excess was to deny him. In this way, Kukulkán was not distant, not unreachable. He was always near, coiled in every chest, whispering with every breath, "Remember balance." When Chichén Itzá fell silent and the jungle spread its roots over plazas and temples, many believed the feathered serpent would vanish with it. But stone may fall, memory does not. Families carried his name on their tongues, whispering it by firelight. Farmers offered the first maize of each harvest to him in secret, even when temples were broken. Mothers told children of the serpent shadow that slid down the pyramid each year, though few dared travel to see it. Even without priests, even without armies, Kukulkán remained. In villages far from the old city, rituals endured. At the start of the rains, families cast offerings of maize and flowers into small wells, saying, "Drink, Kukulkán, and bless us." When storms shook the sky, children were taught not to fear but to bow their heads. The feathered serpent speaks. Listen. Some kept carved wooden serpents hidden in their homes. Others painted feathered coils upon clay vessels or wove serpent patterns into their cloth, quiet acts of devotion that defied silence. The god could not be erased, for he was not bound to stone but to life itself. Elders became the new priests. They carried no headdresses of jade or cloaks of quetzal feathers, but their voices were stronger than temples. They told of the God who once descended, who gave maize, who taught balance, who promised to return. They spoke of the storm that judged Chichén Itzá, of the fire that consumed the corrupt, of the rain that renewed the faithful. And as children listened, wide-eyed, they carried the story forward. Thus, the cycle of memory continued, as eternal as the God himself. As centuries passed, strangers came to the land. They built new temples, carried new gods, spoke new tongues. Many sought to silence the old ways, burning codices, toppling idols, forbidding the names of the ancient gods. Yet even they could not erase the feathered serpent. For his image was carved into stone, etched into walls, hidden in codices buried deep, and most of all, carried in the hearts of the people. In whispered prayers, in secret rituals, in the quiet awe of storms and stars, Kukulkán endured. Thus the feathered serpent became more than myth. He became the thread of memory itself, surviving conquest, fire, silence, and time. He was no longer bound to one city, one people, or one age. He was eternal, coiled through stories, carried on winds, blazing in stars. The jungle might take the stones. Men might forget the temples. But no one could forget the storm, the serpent, the promise. For as long as the wind blows, as long as maize grows, as long as stars burn, Kukulkán remains. Though centuries have passed, the miracle of El Castillo endures. Twice each year, on the equinox, when day and night are balanced, thousands still gather in the great plaza of Chichén Itzá. They come not only from the villages of the Yucatan, but from every corner of the world. Travelers, scholars, seekers, and dreamers stand shoulder to shoulder, their eyes fixed upon the pyramid. And when the sun begins to fall, the shadow serpent appears once more, sliding down the terraces, joining the stone head at the base. The crowd gasps just as the Maya once did. Phones may rise in place of incense, but all remains unchanged. The feathered serpent still descends. Around the pyramid, music rises. Drums echo against the stone, dancers in feathered cloaks spiral across the ground, reenacting the ancient descent. Children wear painted scales, women weave feathers into their hair, men strike conch shells, their roar blending with the wind. Though centuries of silence once weighed upon the land, the festival brings memory alive again. The people of today celebrate not only a shadow but a promise, the return of Kukulkán in light and life. For some, the journey to Chichén Itzá is not simply tourism but pilgrimage. They come to stand where their ancestors once knelt, to place their hands upon the cool limestone of the pyramid, to whisper a prayer into the wind. They offer maize, cacao, flowers, humble gifts cast not into the sacred cenote, but laid gently at the feet of El Castillo. For even now, in a world of machines and glass, many believe the feathered serpent still listens. Scholars measure the pyramid's angles, chart its alignment with the sun, calculate its precision as a calendar of stone. They explain the serpent shadow as mathematics and light. But for those who stand in the plaza, explanations do not erase wonder. For what is mathematics if not the language of the gods? What is light if not the breath of creation? Even those who do not believe in gods feel the weight of something greater. In that moment, when shadow becomes serpent, science and spirit meet, and the ancient prophecy stirs again. And so, even today the feathered serpent lives. Not only in stories, not only in stars, but in sight, descending, coiling, shimmering in shadow before thousands of witnesses. Every equinox is proof that Kukulkán is not gone. He is here. He still descends. And each year as people lift their eyes to the pyramid they remember. The cycle continues. The promise endures. The feathered serpent is eternal. Kukulkán is more than a god of temples and storms. He is the eternal reminder of balance. The Maya taught that every life, every act, every cycle rests upon a fragile scale. Too much pride and it tips to ruin. Too much greed and it falls into famine. Too much sacrifice and it twists into cruelty. The feathered serpent is the middle path, serpent bound to earth, bird rising to sky. Neither above nor below, but both. Neither destruction nor creation, but both. In him humanity sees the truth, that to endure one must live in balance. Kukulkán's cycle shows that endings are not defeat, but beginnings. Storms may shatter fields, but from soaked earth new maize grows. Fire may devour forests, but in ash new life takes root. So too with men. Death is not the end of the cycle but its turning. Loss is not emptiness but space for renewal. The feathered serpent reminds us that destruction and creation are not enemies, but partners, coils of the same body. In Kukulkán's form lies a lesson for every soul. The serpent coils on the ground, bound to hunger, fear, mortality. The bird spreads wings into sky, reaching for light, vision, transcendence. We are both. We crawl and we dream. We eat and we imagine. We fear and we hope. To live fully is not to choose one or the other, but to embrace both, to be serpent and bird, flesh and spirit, bound and free. Even beyond the Maya, Kukulkán's image endures as a symbol of the cycles all humans face. Birth and death. Growth and decay. Joy and sorrow. Fall and renewal. Every culture tells of beginnings and endings, floods and fires, deaths and resurrections. In Kukulkán, the Maya gave voice to this universal truth, that nothing ends without beginning again, and nothing is born without dying someday. To invoke Kukulkán today is not merely to call upon an ancient god, but upon a timeless truth, that balance is fragile, cycles are eternal, and the storm that destroys may also save. He lives not only in equinox shadows or starry skies, but in the choices we make each day, whether to feed greed or gratitude, whether to live in imbalance or in harmony. The feathered serpent whispers still. Remember the cycle. Remember balance. I am eternal, as are you. Kukulkán is not bound by centuries, not trapped in temples or codices. He lives beyond time. He was present when the first maize sprouted from the soil. He was present when the pyramids rose in the jungle. He was present when storms cleansed Chichén Itzá. He will be present when the stars themselves burn out. For he is not only a God of one people but a truth of the cosmos. Cycles of birth, death, and renewal, eternal as breath itself. The Maya knew him as Kukulkán. The Mexica called him Quetzalcoatl. The highland peoples knew him as Gucumatz. Others gave him other names, yet always he was the feathered serpent. Across cultures, across tongues, across ages, the image endured. A serpent with wings, a being who joined what was separate, who brought life and judgment in equal measure. Even when forgotten, he was remembered in other forms. Even when silenced, he spoke through storm and star. Kukulkán is not comfort. He is not cruelty. He is both. He teaches with maize and calendar, with wisdom and breath. He judges with storm and fire, with voice like thunder. He renews by destroying and destroys by renewing. In him, mankind sees itself reflected, fragile, proud, flawed, yet always reaching for balance, always beginning again. The feathered serpent is not distant. He is the mirror. Each equinox, when the serpent shadow slides down the pyramid, it is more than light. It is memory. It is promise. The people look and say, "He has not left us. He will return. He is eternal." And so the cycle continues, through stone, through jungle, through memory, through hope. The feathered serpent does not end. For in the end, Kukulkán is not only a god of the Maya. He is a voice that speaks to all humanity. Live in balance or fall into ruin. Embrace the cycle or be broken by it. Remember the storm and the maize will grow again. He is not just their myth. He is ours. A reminder that we, too, are bound to cycles greater than ourselves, and that within those cycles lies eternity. Chichén Itzá lies quiet now. The plazas no longer echo with chants, the cenote no longer swallows offerings, the ball court no longer thunders with play. The jungle has returned, roots splitting stone, vines covering walls. And yet each equinox the serpent still descends. Shadow slides down El Castillo, joining the serpent head at its base. The god is still there. He never left. In silence he waits. The feathered serpent is not gone. He is coiled around the world itself. In the wind his breath whispers. In the storm his wings thunder. In the stars his body shines. In the hearts of men his voice stirs. Every cycle that turns, every dawn, every harvest, every birth, is his movement. Every ending, every storm, every death, is his shadow. He coils through time itself, eternal, unbroken. He does not slumber blindly. He watches. He weighs the balance of the world, the greed and the gratitude, the cruelty and the compassion, the excess and the harmony. When the scale tips too far he stirs. When the cycle strains he rises. When men forget balance he descends. His return is never if, only when. The Maya saw him descend in maize, in shadow, in storm. They knew he would return again at the end of all cycles. And so he waits, patient as stone, swift as lightning, eternal as the stars. One day, when balance breaks beyond repair, the serpent will uncoil once more. Not in story. Not in shadow. Not in memory. but in fire, in storm, in flesh. And when he does, the world will end, and begin again. Thus ends the tale, but not the serpent. For Kukulkán is no story to close. He is the cycle itself, endless, eternal, coiled around creation. When the wind stirs, remember him. When the storm rages, hear him. When the maize grows, thank him. When the stars fall, await him. For the feathered serpent is eternal, and one day he shall descend again. And so, from the sacred cenotes to the towering pyramid, from the whispers of the jungle to the fire of the skies, we have walked through the story of Kukulkán, the feathered serpent. A god of maize and storm, a teacher of balance and time, a judge of men who descended in shadow, in flesh, and in prophecy. His legend is not a tale of the past. It is the breath of the wind, the crack of thunder, the serpent that still slides down the pyramid each equinox. He is reminder and warning that balance sustains life, and imbalance summons the storm. Kukulkán is eternal. Coiled through time, waiting in silence, he promises one final descent. And when that day comes, the world will not simply end, it will begin anew. So the next time the wind stirs the trees, or lightning splits the sky, or shadow coils down El Castillo, remember, you are not just watching nature. You are hearing the echo of the feathered serpent. You are standing within the cycle. And one day when the scales tip, you may witness his return. Until then we wait. We remember. We honor the eternal cycle of Kukulkán. Thank you for joining me on this journey through myth, stone, and storm. If you felt the power of this story, if the feathered serpent left his mark on you as he has on generations before, let me know in the comments what moment struck you the most. Don't forget to like, share, and subscribe for more journeys into the myths of gods and worlds beyond time. And remember, balance is everything. Until the next story, I'll see you in the shadow of the serpent.